Alrighty, everybody. Hold on, let's take a look at this. Thank you, CatDev, for subscribing. Thank you, Soma Suzuki, for subscribing. Thank you, Reclaw, for the raid. Thank you, Sugar Biscuit, for gifting that sub. Guess what, everybody? We made it. We made it.
Boss, you know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then!
We made it.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again! It's Saturday, Sunday! Hey! 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 Go! Go! Ah! What? Go! 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 What? 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 Go Sparta! Go Sparta! Go Sparta! Go Sparta! Hey! 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 Move! 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 Let's go! Let's go! What? 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 Hey! 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 No, you did!
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. It's Friday. Welcome back, everybody. It's Friday. Another week on the books. Welcome back to the Brain Domain, everybody. How you doing? Forgot to take my vitamin. Take my vitamin. Welcome back to the Brain Domain, everybody. We've got a presentation for you today. I have a question for you. You ready to get parasocial? Who's ready to get parasocial? I am. Sounds interesting. We're gonna make it interesting. But in sincerity, it is interesting. If you spend a lot of time online, you probably hear the word parasocial get thrown around a lot. So that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about parasocial relationships. How are you doing today, everybody? How are you doing today? It was a rough day, but I'm glad to be here right now. The new day starts now. And it's gonna be a good one. Ooh, TwitchCon's coming up. TwitchCon's coming up. TwitchCon's coming up. Look at this picture they use for this Dexerto article. Look at this. Look at the picture they use here. I got my owl, but whatever. I'm not even happy about it. Because it's just pixels. Pixels can be fun. Pixels can be nice. They can be fun to look at. But ultimately, they're not all that fulfilling. They're doing some promo. If you sub to a streamer, you get 3 free months of Super Duolingo. I guess that sounds neat. Things have been rough, but I feel like I'm turning a corner. Just have to keep trying and moving forward. That's the only thing to do. Keep your head up and keep moving forward. All right, everybody. You know the drill. If this is your first time in, here's what we're gonna do. Got the question box link pinned at the top of the chat. You can drop questions in and we'll answer them here on stream. Once we're done with that, we've got our presentation waiting for us. We ready to get down to business? Today's topic is my shit. You know, we're all on Twitch right now, and so it's something that commonly gets brought up within that context. Parasocial relationships. I'm having a hard time being positive today. Being neutral is also okay. As long as you're not going out of your way to seek out negativity. Live on Twitch too much for how much I despise parasocial relationships or lack thereof. We're going to talk all about parasocial relationships in our presentation. They do have a bad reputation because you normally only hear the term parasocial being brought up within a negative context. Somebody gets too obsessed, somebody gets too clingy. You know, there's a bit more to it than that, and so we're gonna touch on the positives and the negatives of these types of relationships. Curious to see the positives? Well, got you covered. Have you ever done a presentation on the vagus nerve? We haven't done one on the vagus nerve specifically. We've done a presentation on nervous system regulation. We've done presentations on breath work. So we've talked about it, but we haven't talked about it specifically or directly, I guess. I came over from Mike's stream and I'm feeling existential dread right now. Politics will do that to you, which is why it's good to unplug. Because dread should not be the entirety of our existence. We should also have room for delight. I really need to unplug from it for at least a week. What you'll probably notice is that you won't miss much. And if there's anything so important that happens in that week, someone will let you know about it. You won't actually have to go and sit down and watch hours and hours of content to stay informed. The news will find its way to you. You don't have to actively seek it out all the time. Should you feel guilt about that delight as it's partly an escape? Does that sound healthy? We should just try to stay mindful of the situations in which we talk ourselves out of happiness. What you'll come to find is that it is all too easy to do that. Also, there's nothing wrong with escaping from time to time. Getting out, going on a walk, spending some time in nature, going on a vacation, taking a nap. A little escapism isn't a bad thing, and there's nothing to feel guilty about there. The problem exists whenever we only ever run from our problems. When we rely on escapism as a way of coping with life. So try not to talk yourself out of a good time. You know, if you're at a party, enjoy the party. You don't have to sit there and be like, I shouldn't be enjoying this party because the sun is gonna explode in 1 trillion years. The earth is gonna get gobbled up by the sun. All of this will be for nothing. Why should I be having any fun? There's always gonna be stuff in the world, in the universe. There's always gonna be stuff that's gonna piss you off. But you don't have to think about it all day, every day. And you don't have to feel guilty for not thinking about it all day, every day. Is it not an important part of life to take time to do things for no other reason than because it's something that you want to do? Whether it be learning a new skill or, you know, spending time with friends or listening to your favorite music? I just don't think it's a good idea to insist that we need to feel bad all of the time because there are bad things happening in the world. If we're going to wait until everything is well in the world, if we're going to wait until everything is fine and good in the world in order for us to feel happy, we're never going to feel happy. Accidents are still going to happen. You're still going to trip and fall. You're still going to bump your knee. Balance is important. It's why I made myself a special breakfast this morning to help motivate me to get through the last workday. You'll love to see it. There's something special about a special breakfast. You got a big day ahead of you, so you'd have a nice breakfast. It's a nice act of self-care and compassion. It's you taking good care of yourself. Like, hey buddy, you're gonna have a full day today. Make sure you eat up. Love breakfast. What's your favorite German breakfast? What I've heard about German breakfasts is they don't like to heat up the kitchen more than once a day. And so they'll often have a cold breakfast of bread and cured meat, that type of stuff. And then sometimes for dinner, they'll have the same thing. Vagus nerve. Evie, please, thank you for the 5 gifted. Let's fucking go. Vagus nerve plays a really important part of how your body regulates itself. And normally the vagus nerve acts without any of our input. The vagus nerve is part of your autonomic nervous system, which is the part that you don't normally control. You know, it's there managing your digestion, and it's helping to regulate your metabolism and your heart rate and all that stuff. And so it's normally a part of the system that we don't have manual control over, but there are ways that you can influence it or stimulate it manually as a way to help regulate yourself. As you can see here, the vagus nerve, it's interconnected with all of your major organs, and it has a direct line of communication to your brain, which is unlike a lot of other parts of your nervous system, which they go through your spinal cord up into your brain. The vagus nerve kind of has its own back channel into your brain, which is pretty cool. Which is pretty insane. So yeah, we could talk more about it someday. We'll probably talk about it more within the context of how it can help to regulate your body. Because that's important to know how to do, how to regulate your nervous system. Oftentimes when we think of anxiety or stress, we think of it as a mind problem. It's a problem for the mind to solve because it exists in the mind. But in reality, stress, anxiety, these are full body problems. Your entire body processes those feelings. And you can help to manage those feelings by managing them in your body, which can be a little bit more accessible than managing them in your mind. Pretty cool, huh? One of the things that we've talked about before is how if you ever feel like you have hit a wall in your healing journey, if you ever feel like you're kind of spinning your wheels or you're kind of just plateauing, nervous system regulation can really help to take you to the next level. You know, you start working on the parts of your body that are holding on to that stress, because it's not just your mind that holds on to that stress. Another cool thing about it is that when you target the stress in the body, the stress in the mind also decreases. And so it helps to serve you, reduce your stress overall. And you are approaching it in a way that's a little bit more within our reach. The brain-body connection. I think it's really important to view your brain and your body as one thing instead of two separate things. Because it really is all interconnected and it all plays with each other and it all, affects each other in different ways. And so just try to view yourself as one whole person. Body, mind, and spirit. But yeah, we can do some stuff and talk about that here pretty soon. All right, we've got a question in the box. Let's take a look. When I don't talk to an online friend of mine for maybe 4 or 7 hours, I will always get a message like, "Are you mad at me?" And then I have to justify why I was busy. I feel like this online friend is very clingy and wants to talk all the time. When I told them I would prefer to talk less frequently, it was taken personally. I could see why it would be. Can you ever think of a situation in which someone says to you, "I want to talk to you less," and not take that personally? I feel like I care more about you than you care about me. Okay, it's not a contest, for the record. Just putting that out there. It's not a contest. Is it even possible for two people to care about one another the exact same amount? What if they care about each other in different ways? What if you care more about the physical aspects of a person and the other person cares more about the emotional aspects of a person? Doesn't mean that you don't both care. You're just expressing how you care differently. Not talking multiple times during the day does not equal not caring. I agree. I will sometimes go weeks without talking to some of my friends. I love them dearly. But I'm a busy guy. They're busy. They've got families. They got kids to take care of. And whenever we are able to spend some time together, hang out and talk, it's always nice. And it's always like we're picking up right where we left off. But this friend doesn't understand it when I try to explain. Then maybe we should try to go about it a little bit differently. Because sometimes just being direct isn't always the most effective way to help somebody understand. And we'll talk about that here in a sec. I would not talk this often with an IRL friend, and I just don't know if online friendships are for me. Online friendships are friendships. This person is just very needy and very clingy. It sounds like they have a bit of anxious attachment. I just don't know if online friendships are for me if I'm expected to always be available and always talk. You aren't. You aren't. That's not a fair expectation of anybody. To always be available 24/7. To always just be ready to respond immediately. That's unrealistic. That's unrealistic. I don't want to update this person about every time I'll be gone for like 5 hours. I never have to give updates like this to IRL friends. Let's talk about this part right here. Let's talk about this, "Are you mad at me?" Let's talk about how to respond to that. If somebody asks you, "Are you mad at me?" that's because they're worried that you're mad at them because you haven't been talking to them, even if it's only been a couple hours, because this person is anxious. So we just need to keep that in mind. If I'm just going to try to explain to you what it was that I was doing and why I was busy and why I couldn't talk to you, that's not really doing anything to help them with their anxiety, because it keeps repeating, obviously. That person probably is either... Okay, let's not diagnose people based on the presentation that they have in a question box submission. Like, we don't need to go around diagnosing anybody. I don't think this person is either of those things. I think this person is just insecure. This person is just anxious and insecure. Instead of explaining yourself when someone says, "Are you mad at me?" I like to do this instead. I like to say, "No. What makes you say that?" Or even just a simple "No, why?" If you want to try to help this person with their insecurity, you have to find a way to try to talk to them about it without just explaining it away. "No, I'm not mad at you. What makes you say that?" And then you can start a dialogue. You can start to talk about it. Like, "Well, I was worried that you're mad at me because I haven't heard from you for a few hours." And this is where you want to start setting those boundaries. It's normal that people will go a few hours without being able to respond to a message. And so I don't want you to assume that I'm mad at you just because I'm living my life and I'm doing the things that I need to do. Either way, it's not up to you to fix this person. This person has to want to get better themselves. They have to be able to work through these insecurities. And you as their friend could help them to do that, but ultimately it's not your responsibility to be the one that does that. They're gonna have to be the ones that does the work. You can kind of show them the way. You can ask them questions to get them to think about those things. This person needs to learn what healthy, balanced relationships look like. And so you can help them with that by modeling what a healthy, balanced relationship looks like. We don't have to over-explain ourselves. We don't have to, we don't have to do anything of that, like that. We don't have to overthink it. We just have to model what a healthy relationship should look like, and then try to set a good example for them. You gotta be mindful sometimes. There are some pretty shy, anxious people on the internet. That's just true. That's just the way things are. A lot of people who might struggle meeting and engaging with people through conventional means might be overinvested in their online relationships. And so you can still model a healthy relationship online, because you want to try to show this person that if we're going to have a healthy relationship, if you and I are going to be friends, There need to be some guidelines. You know, neither of us should have unrestricted access to the other. Because that's mutual respect. We want relationships where we feel that there is mutual respect. I'm not going to make unfair demands of you. You're not going to make unfair demands of me. We understand each other. We treat each other kindly. Anyway, if you are a person who has ever felt insecure in your relationships, I just want to let you know that that insecurity is up to you to deal with. If you are insecure in your relationships, that is up to you to do something about it. Because no amount of reassurance, no amount of availability is going to help you to be secure. Or to feel secure. True, Sag. Why Sag? This is actually a good thing, because that means that you can do something about it without having to rely on other people to fix it for you. That's even better. If we rely on other people to tend to our insecurities, we're going to be relying on them forever. And that's not what we want, because sometimes they're not going to be available, sometimes they're going to move away, sometimes, we're just not going to be able to have that reassurance, and then boom, we're stuck with the insecurity and the stress and the anxiety. And so it's a good thing that it is your problem to fix, because you're always available for yourself. You will always be available. So it's a job that you want to work on within yourself. Now, how do we do that? Let's ask ourselves this question. What can I do to feel more secure? When it comes to feeling more secure, if we explore that feeling of insecurity, it will direct us to wherever it is that we feel the most insecure. We'll be able to find those gaps in the walls. We'll be able to find those places that need to be reinforced and patched up. That's only part of the problem, though. Patching up your fortress walls can help you to feel secure, but it can also be very isolating and very lonely. You can be very secure on a desert island, but if you spend too long there by yourself, you're going to end up talking to a volleyball. And so another important part of feeling more secure is to start expanding your comfort zone. You're going to want to put yourself into situations where there is a manageable amount of risk and stress. And it might be scary. It might be scary to do. But that's the only way to expand your comfort zone, is by pushing through discomfort. And you can handle discomfort, can't you? You can handle discomfort. You're doing it right now. Fine, I'll write that email that's been filling me with anxiety. Would you rather hold on to the anxiety? Because it sounds like there's a simple solution to letting that anxiety go. Or at least transforming it into something different. Finding more security in your life doesn't have to be anything drastic. You don't have to completely, drastically shift your life in any way. Some people do that because we tend to overcorrect. It's something that you see a lot of people do is they feel like, oh, I'm tilting too far in this direction. I gotta correct. And now they're tilting too far in this direction. They're moving to Arizona. They're selling crystals. The way that you expand your comfort zone is by approaching your wall, that wall of your comfort, and then taking one step beyond it. You only have to expand your comfort zone one step at a time until you're ready to do it in a more significant way. Crystal mommies. What I've noticed is that there's a spectrum to crystal obsession. There's the entry level where it's like, I think it's fun, they're cool looking rocks, they look neat. They're fun to look at. And then you've got people on the entire opposite end of the spectrum who are, inserting crystals into their orifices, slathering themselves with essential oils. I'd like to ask you a question. Is there anything that you've done lately? Maybe this past week, maybe the past month or so. Is there anything that you've done lately to expand your comfort zone? Is there anything new that you've been trying? Have you been exploring new interests or new hobbies? Have you been spending time around people? Regarding the writer with the online friend, phones and platforms probably make the problem worse. People get accustomed to always being able to be in touch. True, they do. But it's important to recognize your own sense of entitlement when it comes to other people's time and energy. Not only do I feel like sometimes people are expectant that other people will respond to them right away, I feel like there's also a compulsion that we feel to be available all the time just because it's technically possible to be available all the time. And so it's not just about other people's boundaries, it's about us developing our own boundaries as well. All I know about energy is E equals mc squared. How about energy can neither be created nor destroyed? How about an object in motion stays in motion? How about a little bit of thermodynamics? Isn't that a fun word? Thermodynamics. Has anyone else ever found themselves in a situation where they've had to set a boundary with a friend online? Or maybe even a friend in real life? It's not always the easiest thing to do, is it? It's not always the easiest thing to do because we're afraid that we are being mean. Would you say just not talking to them is a boundary? That's one of the firmest boundaries there is. Whenever we don't set healthy boundaries with people because we're afraid of being mean to them, it's important to recognize that you're being mean to yourself. You've done the math and you've decided, I would rather be mean to me than possibly be mean to anybody else. I just try to explain I'm busy with X, but you don't need a reason to need or want space either, but it helps put their mind at ease, I think, because instead of because I don't like time or something, I don't like them or something. I feel like we shouldn't have to overly explain ourselves. If I've been busy with something and we haven't talked in a while, I don't even have to necessarily give you any specifics, unless you care to ask. Like, hey, I was working on some stuff, how's it going? Because sometimes when you over-explain yourself, it comes across as phony. Hey, sorry I didn't respond to your message. I've been busy for the last few hours reorganizing my playlists on Spotify. And time got carried away. It makes sense on paper that if a person is anxious, that we should provide them with an explanation of why they should not be anxious. But what I've found to be true is that sometimes less is more. If I'm giving you too much to work with by overly explaining myself, that might just give you different things to channel that anxiety into. And so I've found it best when working with somebody who's anxious to just keep it simple, keep it calm, keep it nice. At some point, the want to stick up for yourself comes through if you really value your own feelings. It's true, we will often get to a point where enough is enough. Ooh. Did you hear that dog make that weird noise? That's crazy. What are you doing back there making crazy noises? Eventually, a lot of people do get to that point where enough is enough and they stand up for themselves and they set that boundary and they do what they need to do. But I feel like we don't want to wait until it gets to that point. We don't want to wait until it gets to the breaking point. It's nice to be proactive instead of reactive. It's dangerous in early steps of meeting someone since the communication isn't well established / know the person. It's natural to assume they lost interest or stopped caring. Fair. But there are also many other potential explanations for why a person isn't talking to you right now. If we're going with the option of this person lost interest and they stopped caring about me, we are going with the most self-defeating answer to why they're not talking to us. They must not be talking to me because I'm just such a piece of shit. Nobody wants to talk to me. I'm worthless. I'm not interesting. It could have been a bunch of other things. It could also just be that their plate is full. You can probably recognize that you only have so much to give in a day. You only have so many fucks to give. Maybe they ran out of fucks. Maybe they've got too much on their plate. Maybe work is too stressful and they've got family problems and they've got all sorts of things that they're trying to take care of, and so they just don't have enough room in their life for a friend right now. We don't have to take things personally when they aren't necessarily about us at all. Everything is so fast-paced, it feels like it's make or break with meeting someone. But it isn't, really. It really isn't. Building a relationship is like growing a plant. You plant some seeds and then you tend to them. You give them what they need to be able to thrive. And then they grow into something really nice. And so just start by just getting to know somebody. Just start by getting to know their name and then saying hi to them. Allow things to progress organically. There's much better people to talk to besides me. Name one. I'll wait. Me, but I don't talk to anybody, so you'll have to pick again. You just sit there on rest mode? It's true. .5% of the time, I'm just living that life. You liked that quote from the other day? Oh, this one, the day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. I find that the dog dressed up like a farmer really helps to sell the point here. I assumed you would think I was just giving an example, but I was being self-deprecating. Well, I'm glad you see it, because I was going to point it out, but I'm glad that you spotted it. Well, I have one more motivational for you.
Hey cunts. So a bottle of water will cost you 50 cents at the supermarket, $2 at the gym, $3 at the fucking movies, or $6 on a fucking plane, cunts. It's the same fucking bottle of water, same fucking water, nothing's fucking changed. The only thing that's changed its value is its fucking location, cunts. So next time you're feeling you've got no fucking self-worth, maybe you need to change your location, cunts. Location talk. No, cunts, love you.
You know what I'm doing right now? I'm pulling away, I'm putting myself down, I'm shutting everyone out. Is it because the Taylor Swift album wasn't what we were hoping for? You did like it. I didn't listen at midnight because I was too depressed. I listened this morning instead. Let's reframe that. I recognized that I wasn't in a good headspace, and so I waited until I was able to listen to it more intently. Does good posture matter? Flexibility matters. Your posture doesn't matter as much. It's just about having a full range of motion and not having any tight spots or any unnecessary chronic pain. I knew I wouldn't be able to enjoy it with everyone else as they got to celebrate. Well, you could do it now. Don't let FOMO run your life. The point is, you got to listen to it. Sometimes it's important to recognize that I don't need to consume new media the moment it comes out, because if I force myself to do that, I might not enjoy it as much if I were to do it in a more ideal setting. So why force myself to do something when I'm not in the mood to do that thing? Normally I would be with other people, like celebrating, but I just listened alone, so you were free of distractions. I'm just gonna keep reframing until you feel better, so prepare for it. I think that we are just so, we're so hooked on dopamine that we put ourselves into these positions where we're like, I need to have this the second that it is available so that I can feel a shred of pleasure in this dismal life of mine. Like, no, there's a lot of peace to be found in enjoying things at your own pace. We're going to take another minute or two to see if we get another question pop in, but we've got our presentation on deck too, so we'll be able to get to that right away. I wish I could focus. Focus on your breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Pancakes or waffles? Waffles. A pancake is just a waffle without discipline. Cinnamon roll pancakes? I would rather eat a cinnamon roll. Whenever they're trying to do things to pancakes, I would almost always rather have the actual thing than the pancake version of that thing. Like, ooh, carrot cake pancake? I'd rather have carrot cake. Cinnamon roll pancake? I'd rather have a cinnamon roll. The problem with pancakes is that They taste really good for like 3 bites, and then you are like, I've had enough pancakes. I don't know why they needed to make this pancake so big. I didn't even eat half of it. And I'm already full of pancake. What about banana pancakes? Would you rather have banana bread? Yes. Because if I have banana bread, then I can make the ultimate bougie breakfast, banana bread French toast. I had it once in Las Vegas, and I'm like, I gotta make this at home. Miss my grandma's banana bread. All you gotta do is make a loaf of banana bread and put all of your love into it, because that's what she did. If you ever find yourself making a recipe that a loved one used to make, but it just doesn't really quite match up to what they made, it's because you're not putting the love into it. That's what they would do. Banana bread is actually pretty straightforward as far as recipes go. You just gotta put the love in. Radiator oily. What? It's always funny to see what words the caption puts up whenever I'm just making weird noises. Like, oh, it's trying its best. It's trying its best to make sense of me. Well, are we ready? Are we ready to get down to business? We'll come back to the question box after. We'll go ahead and get down to it. The point of this presentation is not to make anybody feel bad for having parasocial relationships. What we're going to do here is we're going to talk about what they are, why they happen, and the positives and negatives of parasocial relationships. Because they're not inherently bad. They're not inherently bad. There are actually some positives that can come from a one-sided relationship. And so we're going to talk about it. Are you ready? You ready to get parasocial? Just to give you an example of a positive aspect of parasocial relationships, if you're just sitting here learning and listening, but you're not engaging with me, that's technically parasocial because it's a one-way relationship. Because I don't know you exist. All right, let's get into it. What is parasocialism? A parasocial relationship. It's a one-sided bond where someone invests their emotional energy, their interest, or their time into a media figure who is unaware of their existence. I don't know about you, but I have a parasocial relationship with Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers, Steve Irwin, LeVar Burton. The other perk is sometimes they dog sit for you. Well, then that has evolved beyond parasocial into just social. Because it's now a two-way relationship. It's not a one-sided relationship. You most often see parasocial relationships when it comes to people who follow celebrities or influencers, sometimes even fictional characters. And then, of course, streamers, podcasters, other types of content creators. There's also two-way remote relationship. Can you elaborate? These types of relationships can feel like a real connection, even though there is no reciprocity. There's no back and forth. There's no give and take. And so today, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some of the positives and the negatives of these types of relationships, and we're going to talk about how we can find balance in these one-sided relationships. Are you ready? We all have a good understanding of what parasocial relationships are. You're on Twitch, so you've probably heard it at least once before. Alright, let's get to it. First, let's get into the why. Let's get into the why of parasocial relationships. Why does this happen at all? Well, there are a few different reasons. They are rooted both in our psychology and in the way that modern media is set up. The way that modern media is set up is it fuels parasocial relationships. Because right now we live in a time where there is more specified, nuanced, niche content that can just appeal to a very specific type of person. First up, part of it has to do with how we're wired. You know, we're social creatures, as we're always saying. Our brains are designed for connection, and so we will form attachments even when no direct reciprocity exists. I want to be more neighborly because that would make Mr. Rogers proud of me. Another part of why these relationships exist is accessibility. Thanks to the way that social media and entertainment are today, these types of media figures are constantly visible. They're much more relatable because you now have much more choice with whose content you consume. You know, back in the 1970s, there was much less choice, and so many more people consumed the same media. And then as you start to enter the digital age and the internet age and the high-speed internet age, content has gotten more and more specified. You can find content and content creators that feel like a perfect fit for you, and you don't have to compromise. These types of relationships also can create the illusion of intimacy, and a lot of this is newer because this hasn't always existed. But we now have much more casual communication styles that simulate closeness. Hey guys, how you doing? Hey, how are you feeling today? Or telling stories, you know, like, hey, let me tell you a story about this thing that I went through. And then, like, maybe you relate to it. And so it creates this illusion of intimacy. So content creators can also be parasocial. Absolutely. Consistency also plays a factor. See, nowadays you've got regular exposure, which will help to build up your trust and a sense of familiarity with the person that you have parasocial ties to. You can pull them up on your phone 24/7. Like, hey, let's see what they posted on social media. Let's see what they posted on their reels. Let's watch their new video. So this is part why it happens, but this is also part of the reason why it's happening more now. Especially with subathons becoming more popular. Subathons do something to the to an audience and to like a community. It's fascinating to me. I feel like when a marathon stream goes on too long, the entire community enters a sort of collective psychosis. The psychologist in me finds this fascinating. Lastly, another important reason why people form these parasocial bonds. God, my nose is itchy. I think it's that ragweed. My nose. Ah. Parasocial bonds feel safer because this person cannot reject or hurt you directly. And so it can sometimes be easier to invest in a person who you have a safe amount of distance from. Looking at you, lurkers. This one's for the lurkers. Let me fix my... Make sense? This is why it happens, but also why it has become a much bigger deal, especially in the past few years. Does this make sense? Any questions about this before we move on to some of the downsides of these relationships? How close can these relationships be? It depends. We don't want to overinvest in a one-sided relationship, especially if the other person does not even know that we exist. We're just pouring out all of this emotional energy, and it's not even going anywhere. It's just getting spilled out onto the floor. It's important to invest your emotional energy in people that can reciprocate, because that way you stay fed. If you're just always giving out your emotional energy to people who don't give you anything back, you're gonna get hungry. Anyway, let's continue. Let's talk about some of the negative aspects of parasocial relationships. I feel like these are probably gonna be... Yep. Let me rewind a little bit. Parasocial relationships have a bad reputation because you only normally hear about them within this context of when they are taken too far. Part of me, I get baffled sometimes when people just give ridiculous amounts of money to rich people so that they can make them even richer. It blows my mind. Especially when you could give it to me instead. I feel like that's a much better investment. I kid. Kind of. We've all probably heard, or, hold on. Before I get into the reasons why, I just want to ask you, have you ever known anybody who has taken a parasocial relationship too far? I feel like it happens pretty commonly, especially with like kids and teenagers who follow content creators. Like, they gotta buy the merch. I gotta get the merch, Mom. If I show up at school and I'm not wearing that hoodie that's $65, I'm gonna be the laughing stock. I'm gonna be the laughing stock of 7th grade, Mother. I need that hoodie. Also, I need the lunchbox. Also, I need the sports drink. Streamers get stalkers all the time. It's fucking sad. Stalkers are an example of some of the most extreme forms of a parasocial relationship. To the point where it starts to become delusional. You start to have these delusional thoughts about the person. Grown men crying over a college kid not going to their football team. Men will literally do anything except for go to therapy. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. I had a friend who met his girlfriend through YouTube. I don't know if he took it too far or did it just right. That sounds okay to me. Like, you can meet people online. Like, I've met people through this community that I consider to be a friend. Like, we don't talk normally, but like, we're acquainted and we're on friendly terms. So that's the bar for friendship for me. My bar for friendship is pretty open. A small streamer full-on preyed on me but got away with it because of the parasocial word. That is so shitty. And I'm sorry that happened to you. But that's a great example of how parasocial relationships can work in the opposite direction. It's not always about fans just lining up to buy all of the merchandise and to obsess over the creator. Sometimes it's the creator forming a community for the wrong reasons. Wish my story could be heard without fear. You've got nothing to fear if you ever feel like sharing it here. Because I know what you're on, like, I know what you're on about. I know where you're coming from because you see this type of shit happen all the time. You see all sorts of predatory content creators having unrestricted access to their communities. So a big takeaway here is that parasocial relationships, or, you know, and I feel like that even goes beyond parasocial. That's predatory. I would call it predatory. And the worst part, their community will defend them to the death. Which is why it's nice to remind yourself that there's a whole world out there, and that this small corner of the internet does not need to be my entire reality. I cannot understate how nice it feels to just go outside, go camping, and have no cell reception. To just be completely out of contact with the entire internet for a solid chunk of time. I can't express to you how nice that is. It feels like, oh my god, I'm free. Makes you realize how enslaved you are to your connections and to your devices. +480 day Reddit streak though. At some point it stops being an accomplishment, and at some point it's like, wow, I've really been doing this for that many days in a row? Is it bringing me joy? Do I feel satisfied in this? That's kind of how I felt when I was playing World of Warcraft and I finally quit playing World of Warcraft. I was like, wait a second. I'm just doing this because it's what I know to do. I'm not actually having fun. This shit feels like work. Like, well, gotta log in and do my daily quests. Gotta get in and do my rep grinds. I'm like, wait a second, hold on. This sounds like work that I'm actually paying to do. Once I hit 500, maybe I'll give it a break. Or one day your phone will break and then you have to go a day or two before you get a replacement phone, and then you'll have no choice. Let me just ask you this, Goobins. Why would it hurt if that streak were to be broken? Why would it hurt? I'm attached. You're afraid to lose it because losing it would cause you pain. Does holding on to it bring you joy? I mean, like it's one thing in my life I can control too. Maybe, until something happens that's outside of your control. Maybe you just get so busy. You just get so busy that day because you're having so much fun doing other stuff that you forget to even check Reddit that day. Whoops. Took a long time to get there and a short second to lose it. Better to hold on than to let go. It depends on what holding on to it gives to you. Because, you know, attachments in life, they can be a cause of a lot of suffering for us. All right. Let's take a look at some of the negative aspects of a parasocial relationship. First up, let's talk about unrealistic expectations. Whenever there is a one-way or a one-sided relationship, you tend to build up a version of that person in your mind. So you imagine this persona for them, and then you might feel personally betrayed if they ever don't match up with that imagined version of them that lives inside of your mind. There's a commonly used phrase that you've probably heard before. Don't meet your heroes. It's not always bad to meet your heroes. Sometimes they're even better than you expected them to be. But the point of that saying is that ultimately they're human, and humans fart and poop, and humans, you know, can do all sorts of stuff that we might not find ideal. And in meeting somebody that you have built up in your mind, you run the risk of hurting yourself when they don't meet your expectations. Another negative side of parasocial relationships is emotional overinvestment, and this is one that you probably see all the time. Like in my exposure to parasocial relationships, this is one that I see very commonly. You are so invested in this person that whatever they do or whatever controversy they are in, you take it personally. And so if someone is attacking them online, you're there fighting in the comments on their behalf. Like, you did not just say that. You did not just say that about whoever. Another important component is that when we're too invested in parasocial relationships, we end up neglecting our real life relationships. You've only got so much emotional energy to give in any given day. You've only got so much to give. And if you're giving too much to a relationship that is not giving back to you, there is no reciprocity. And so you might overinvest in relationships that aren't paying off, and you might be neglecting relationships that could have been much more satisfying. This one kind of ties into what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about how it sometimes goes the opposite direction. You also see exploitation of this parasocial connection because there are industries and creators that will manipulate, they will take advantage of these attachments for either financial or social gain. This last one makes me realize why I can be so susceptible to forming parasocial relationships. I don't think I ever really learned how to build reciprocal relationships. A lot of that was from childhood, parents divorcing, etc. The good news is that you aren't your parents and that you can learn from their mistakes. Their mistakes are not your mistakes to repeat. You get to break the cycle. Anyway, I think it's just really scummy when people will exploit these types of parasocial attachments. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example from real life. I find it really concerning. And it's not so much of a big deal as it used to be, but a few years ago it was a huge deal. There were a lot of popular content creators that were making content for children. They were playing Minecraft and shit. And they were leveraging these parasocial interactions for their own gain. Call me old school, but I feel like if you're gonna make content that is specifically designed for children, you need oversight. Because I don't trust you to have unrestricted access to a massive group of children over the internet. Call me crazy. Still content like that? Yeah, there is. And this is why it's important to talk about, because kids don't understand what's going on here. And so we need more literacy regarding internet relationships. Isn't it crazy that so many of these children content creators, and by children content creators, I don't mean a child who creates content. That's a whole other can of worms. What I mean is a person who creates content that's specifically designed for children. Isn't it kind of crazy how so many of them end up being predators? Isn't that just, Isn't it like the thing that you were worried about the whole time ended up being true? Oh, wow. I'm just very suspicious of anybody who makes a career out of entertaining children if they don't have anybody to hold them accountable, if they don't have any type of oversight. Like, I'm fine with the fucking Wiggles. I don't give a shit about Yo Gabba Gabba. I don't give a fuck about any of those, because children need entertainment too. What I have a problem with is just some fucking random person sitting in front of their computer being like, gosh guys, I just love you all so much. Thank you for being here today. Let's play some Minecraft. Another negative side of parasocial relationships is that they can be hard to let go of. Ending a parasocial relationship can create real grief. So if a show ends or a creator stops posting, it hurts. It's like losing a real relationship. And so sometimes it's hard to walk away from relationships that we are parasocially invested in because it would hurt to lose it. Or like when a person that you used to find funny ends up being a huge piece of shit. That also sucks. Like, damn, I kind of like that guy. Too bad they ended up being a huge piece of shit. It's even worse when you're lonely. That goes for many things. Loneliness has a way of making just about everything worse. Psychological pain, physical pain. It's that important for us to have connection that it literally makes everything else more distressing by lacking connection. Can you think of, okay, I'm sure that most people here have met somebody or they've seen it happen online. If you spend more than 10 minutes on the internet, you've probably encountered somebody who has a parasocial attachment to somebody else. And so, this all makes sense? We're good on this? When people focus parasocial stuff on streamers or internet stuff, I like to point out that professional sports are a major normal parasocial relationship. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's tons of people out there who are buying jerseys and they're getting upset. They're smashing their TV. They're throwing shit. They're crying whenever their person loses. Oh my god. We didn't win the game. My life is ruined. And so yeah, parasocial relationships have always been a thing. I mean, at least for a really long time. At least since the age of mass communication. At least since the invention of the radio. But who knows, even beyond that, you know, maybe there are some people who are like, God damn, I love Beethoven's music. How does it feel to have a parasocial relationship with Johann Sebastian Bach? Alright. We understand the negatives. Can you be parasocial with a dead person? Yes, because it's a one-sided relationship. The person doesn't actually have to be alive, you just have to be able to, you know, interact with whatever they've done in some way. People can be parasocial with fictional characters. The person doesn't even have to be real. Are you saying that there's a problem if I have a parasocial relationship with Goku? Thinking, oh, like, this just has me thinking, what was the first parasocial relationship? The first parasocial relationship was probably with God. God was probably the first to ever be on the receiving end of a parasocial relationship. Alright, so we understand the negatives. The negatives are pretty clear. So let's flip it around, because it's not all entirely bad. There's actually some good that can come from this. Let's talk about it. In spite of those risks, parasocial connections can also offer some meaningful positives. A big one is social learning. One of the really cool things about human intelligence is that we are capable of learning from people that we have never met. We're able to learn by watching them and listening to them and, reading what they've written. And so we are capable of picking up values, attitudes, and behaviors from figures that we admire. Now, when it comes to social learning, social learning in and of itself has positives and negatives. You've probably been there yourself, where you learned, somebody set a bad example for you. That can also happen. Another important aspect of a parasocial connection is that it can help you to cope and it can help you to feel comforted by offering you this sense of companionship or this sense of being understood in moments when we feel lonely or stressed. I'll give you an example of this one. I'll give you an example with music. If you're the type of person who likes to listen to music, and you like that music because it feels like this person understands what it is that I'm going through, in what they write, in the lyrics, I feel like they're talking about my life. And so you feel seen, you feel understood, which isn't inherently bad. This can actually be nice. It can be nice to feel seen and understood. It's nice to know that there are other people out there that have been through what you're going through, and that it's gonna be okay. Because sometimes those people don't exist in your day-to-day life. Maybe you live in a small town, maybe you're a little bit shy. There are any number of reasons why it might be difficult to find people that feel like, you're truly understood by this person. And so it's nice that you can search beyond that to still feel like I'm a part of something. Another cool component is identity exploration. We talked about this a little bit the other day, if you were here for the presentation on masking. We talked about how identity exploration was a benefit of masking because it helps you to explore your interests and your beliefs in a safe way. Parasocial bonds can do the same thing. I feel like this is a really important one, especially for people who feel very disconnected, because the modern day, like, we are more disconnected. We are so interconnected, but we are also so distant from each other. It's kind of crazy. But these types of relationships can provide you a way to experience and rehearse your social or emotional skills without risk. Let me give you an example of a really popular parasocial mantra. Are you ready? You've heard it before, I can guarantee it. An incredibly popular parasocial mantra. What would Jesus do? Let's say that you have a person that you look up to. You look at this person as being very moral. You look at this person as being someone that you want to be more like. And so you act in such a way that you feel like this is a way that I can carry myself that would make that person proud of me. I want to act in a way that this person would approve of. Lastly, parasocial connections can also provide a person with motivation and inspiration. And that's what we try to do here, where I understand the innate parasocial nature of the internet and of live streaming, okay? I get it. And so that's why we're trying to do some good here with that. I take this responsibility seriously. So my goal is to provide you with motivation and inspiration. A lot of people feel encouraged to pursue goals because of the role models that they look up to. And so, does all this make sense? Does it make more sense now how parasocial relationships work and how there are some positives and some negatives? And it's important to be mindful of, are my relationships helping me or hurting me? As long as the role model is good and true, the person doesn't even need to necessarily be entirely good and true, because I don't know if I've ever met a person who's entirely good and true. You know, we all slip up sometimes. We're all human. And so if the action is good, live up to the action. If the intention is good, model the intention. Me personally, I try to learn something from everybody I meet, even if the only thing that I can learn from that person is to learn from their mistakes. Alright, let's dig a little deeper, shall we? Let's talk about the interplay between parasocialism and community. Because these types of relationships rarely exist in isolation. Because parasocial bonds tend to form around media figures. And so these types of relationships often extend into fan communities. And so what started off as a parasocial connection can segue into actual connection. You can find a sense of community. It can provide people with feelings of belonging and inclusion. It can help you to form friendships over shared experiences. It can help to give you a sense of collective identity. You can also feel a part of something by having shared language, inside jokes, and by developing a culture that helps to deepen that bond. And so this is actually a really interesting way of how a parasocial bond can develop into genuine social connections. These types of communities can help to shift a one-sided bond into a shared two-way social experience. It can help people to feel less alone. Now, as we've talked about before, this is again something that's, we're trying to look at it a bit more positively. Of course, there are negative examples of this happening. Maybe you join a group and you find a sense of belonging, but it turns out like, oh, I'm actually in a hate group. Uh-oh. Any thoughts or questions on this before we move on? We've got our thinking caps on today. Anyway, before I move on, I guess what I want to say is, if you do find yourself investing emotionally in a person or in a community, just try to make sure that this is what you're going for. I'm trying to find friendship and identity, and, I'm trying to find things that I need. Also, it's just good to be mindful of what the shared values are within the community. If you're joining a community just because you all like to talk shit, just because you all like to hate on something, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And so just be mindful of, like, what the vibe is in a community. I can guarantee that there's a bunch of, like, content creator communities out there where all they do is just talk shit all the time. They're always just bad-mouthing somebody else, or they've got a long list of people that they don't like, and they're always going over it, and it's just... That's a hate group. I would encourage you to be a hater, because there are things out there that you should hate. But you don't want to be in a hate group. You don't really want to form bonds with people over hatred. I hate capitalism and fascism. I agree. Good things to hate. But I don't want to hang out with a bunch of people where all we do is talk about how we hate it all the time. Because you gotta think, not all hate groups are harmful in a way that, like, they're targeting people or harming people or, like, going out there and, like, blowing stuff up. That's not what every hate group is. Some hate groups are just like, all you do is get together and just talk shit and badmouth, and it's like... Like, okay, all right. Like, it's nice to vent from time to time, but sometimes it's also nice to talk about stuff that we do like. Like, it's okay to talk about things that you hate, but you don't want to spend all day talking about things that you hate. That's giving the things that you hate too much power and control in your life. Because on the flip side, I think it also is not fair to demand people to only ever be positive. I don't think it's fair to only demand that, like, hey guys, quit bringing down the mood. Hey guys, quit. You know, you want there to be a healthy blend. You want the vibes to be right. You want there to be balance. You want your community to be focused on connection and love and all of those nice things. But then it's also nice sometimes to be able to vent. Just be like, damn, I can't believe my boss tried to pull this shit on me. And then you can have people be like, yeah, that does suck. Fuck that guy. You know what I mean? I do spend too much time thinking about how much capitalism is ruining all of our lives. And I feel like you're well aware of all of the ways in which it does, which is why we can leave it up to... I don't know. I like to leave it up to the people who are getting paid to think about it every day, to think about it every day. If you're not getting paid to think about it every day, why are you doing that shit for free? What you've noticed is that when you carry a lot of hate around, that shit sucks. It's exhausting. It hurts. It makes everything else suck. It makes food taste worse. It makes your leisure and relaxation time unenjoyable. That's the price of carrying around hate every day. Everything else turns shitty. And so that's why I leave it up to the people who get paid to talk about politics every day to talk about politics. Because I don't get paid enough to be that angry every day. If I'm gonna get that pissed off, I need financial compensation. All right. Let's continue. Let's talk about finding that healthy balance. We've talked about how it's nice to have that balance in our relationships, so let's talk about it. Just as a reminder, parasocial relationships are normal and common. They're a part of how our brains work, and they're also a part of how modern media works. And so the key is to find balance. Let's talk about how we can make that happen. What we want to do is use our parasocial connections to find inspiration rather than use them as substitutes for actual connections. It's okay to draw inspiration from people that don't know that you exist. That's a really cool feature of human intelligence, that you can learn shit from people that you've never met. That's badass. So use it. But don't let it substitute for genuine, real-life human connection, because that shit's awesome. We want to try to be mindful of when these types of relationships are displacing our real-life connections. Like, maybe I'm getting too invested in what this particular content creator is doing. Maybe I find myself scrolling through their subreddit and refreshing their feed and going on Twitter to fight on their behalf. Like, hold on, how much am I pouring into this? In order to keep that balance, we want to be able to appreciate the bond that we have. You know, I appreciate what I'm able to learn and how I am inspired. I appreciate the lessons and the teachings, and I appreciate the feelings that it generates within me. But I need to not lose sight of reality. This isn't somebody I've ever met. This is just somebody on the internet. Talking into the void. If we want to keep that balance, we need to have boundaries with how much time and energy we invest in the media that we consume. I feel like we've all been guilty of this one. I don't want anybody to feel called out by this one, so let's just say we've all done it. We've all, from time to time, had a hard time setting a boundary with how much time and energy we invest in some aspect of media or in a media figure. We've all done it. We've all been there. And the reason why we've all done it is because that's part of the learning process. Sometimes you don't learn that you need to have that balance until you find yourself out of balance. Which raises a pretty interesting philosophical question. Can we find balance, or can we know what balance is if we haven't been unbalanced? If we have not known imbalance, can we truly recognize balance? I feel like an important part of finding your balance is to be out of balance, because you need that contrast. You need that perspective. to really understand what balance is. I'm just gonna let that one digest. Like, Like, we often are so hard on ourselves for being out of balance, but I'm coming to find that being out of balance is actually a really important part of the process in finding balance. You see what I mean? You have to know what it feels like to be out of it to be back in it. Yeah, like you have to know what cold feels like to know what hot feels like. You have to know what darkness is in order to appreciate the light. You know, if that which is always what it is, then we don't have anything to compare it to. Anyway, I'll take my philosopher hat off for a minute and we'll get back to it. When it comes to maintaining balance in the long run, it's good to continuously reflect by asking yourself whether your relationships are helping you or hindering you. Is this helping me to grow or is this preventing me from growing? Fortunately, you don't have to become the thing you hate in order to notice it. Exactly. Like, I don't need to become a genocidal maniac in order to hate genocidal maniacs. Sometimes stuff has to suck so that you know other stuff is cool. I'm pretty sure that's an Aristotle quote. Or maybe it was Plato. Staring too long into the abyss is also a risk. I like to stare into the abyss and blow it a big kiss. You know, I'm never gonna stop saying it because it really is true. You know, based on everything that I know and everything that I believe, balance is essential when it comes to having a peaceful and comfortable and enjoyable life. You can probably recognize that the most stressful and challenging times in your life were the times when you were the most out of balance. The abyss connects with my shadow. That's a good point. You recognize that the darkness is also a part of you, but it does not need to be the key feature of you. It simply is. All right. Let's wrap it up. Parasocialism, parasocial relationships, they are neither inherently harmful nor entirely beneficial. They exist on a spectrum. These bonds can support growth and learning and comfort, but they may also foster dependency or disillusionment. By understanding the dynamics, we can enjoy the positives while staying grounded in reality. And so, understanding how these types of relationships work can help you to enjoy the benefit of these relationships while avoiding the potential harm of these relationships. At their best, parasocial bonds can inspire us to connect more deeply with ourselves and with others in meaningful ways. This has been the Parasocialism presentation. Any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Our goal here was to help educate and increase our understanding of how parasocial bonds work, and to recognize that they aren't inherently bad, nor are they inherently good. Because I feel like a lot of people do have that like black and white thinking about it. They're like, oh, well, you know, even like, have you ever heard the term parasocial used in a positive context? Like, let me just ask you that. Have you ever heard somebody say that word in a way that was not negative? Here, we're just built differently, so that's why we've said it. Literally once casually and a few times in a scientific context. See, there you go. You don't normally hear people ever talk about the potential benefit of a parasocial bond. It has a very bad reputation. It has a lot of negatives associated with it, and that's what we focus on. That in and of itself can also be harmful in a different way. If you only view parasocial bonds as negative, then you might not form healthy, positive parasocial bonds which could serve you. You're going to avoid forming relationships because you're afraid that it's wrong to do that. I'll give you an example. I've heard people say, like, this isn't an exact quote, I'm kind of having to paraphrase here, but I've heard people say things like, hey, I don't want to be parasocial or anything, but I just want to let you know that I really enjoy your content and it means a lot to me. I've had people who were afraid to say nice things because they were afraid of it being parasocial. Just think about that for a sec. Parasocial bonds have such a negative reputation that we block ourselves off from, some meaningful connection. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. Being exploited in one has ruined me to this day. How about tomorrow? I think the important takeaway here is that you know what to look out for. And you've seen what the danger can be. And so you'll be more mindful and you'll be able to protect your balance. If you'd like a copy of these slides, you can type !slides in the chat. I don't know what you do with it. Maybe send it to somebody who's parasocial. I don't know. Maybe go over it with your teenagers. Sit down and have a talk about it. Can 6-year-olds have parasocial relationships? Sure. Sure. I mean, I remember having a parasocial relationship with Sonic the Hedgehog at like age 4 or 5. Like, I want to eat chili dogs, Mom. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, I want to learn karate. I would say that kids are capable of forming these types of bonds as early as the age of like 4. Maybe even earlier, I don't know. It's been a while since I've been around a young child. Like, my neighbors have kids, but they're all like, the youngest one is like 10. And so it's been a while. I have a little cousin who's like 5. He's goofy though. Like, he probably has a parasocial relationship with Tyrannosaurus Rex. No, I would say for kids, it's probably that age of like, you know, around like preschool, kindergarten age is when they start to like discover stuff in the world that they become obsessed with. Sports and music have parasocial relationships? Oh, most definitely. Sports, what...
Can you guess what happens next?
It's gonna break the TV because that's what I looked for. Like, this is parasocial relationship.
Your typical Cowboys fan from...
People breaking their TV when their team doesn't win.
That's just it.
A lot of Cowboys fans. Wait, he shoots the TV? Hold on, that's such a...
That's just it.
That's so Texas. That's so Texas.
You do not throw a pass at the goal line when
One Eagles fan could not... Now do you believe me?
Anyway. Oh, look, it's me! Hey, there's 2 people watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube! Hi, YouTube. Ever been mad enough to break anything worth over like $20? Exactly. I don't get it. I don't get it. Because then you're just more mad. Like, great, now I'm mad and my shit's broken. Just doesn't make any sense. Now I'm mad and I got a broken TV? God damn. Now I'm mad and my controller's broken? Like, people will get mad at a video game and throw their controller, which I've never understood. I have never thrown a controller in my life. But I have a feeling that people aren't throwing controllers as often now that controllers cost like $80. Like, if you're throwing a PlayStation 5 controller and breaking that shit, like, you need to have your video games taken away. Like, you need to reassess yourself. I also mentioned music as being something where there's a lot of parasocial connection, and that's a really good example. Because a lot of people form emotional bonds with music. Music is a great way not only for an artist to express themselves, but it's a great way for the listener to feel seen and to feel understood and to recognize that there's someone who feels what I feel. And so it's not an inherently bad thing. I would say that it can be a very beautiful thing. What we don't want is we don't want it to cross the line into obsession, you know? Like, oh my god, I just love this artist so much. I've read their biography. I've listened to all of their albums a dozen times. I have all of their merchandise. I even have the limited edition prints. It's like, chill, daddy, chill. One of the most interesting examples I've personally seen of that is this guy who had an obsession of this band from the 80s that was essentially a one-hit wonder. They made other music. They weren't, but like they had like one really popular song. And this guy was like, yeah, I've got all the limited prints. You know, I've got the rare stuff. I'm like, all right, like, good for you. Too broke to be this obsessed about anything. Obsessing over your own peace and balance and wellness is free. Heating up from the vaccine now. You got a flu shot. You're feeling a little warm. Are there any 80s one-hit wonders? Tons. Tons of 80s one-hit wonders. Here's the top 365 one-hit wonders of the 1980s. Some of these I know. Anyway. $365 hits? It's crazy how much music there is, right? You know what's crazy? Is that every minute that passes, 2 minutes of music are made. If you felt a little pang of existential dread, like, uh-oh, I'm not going to listen to all of the music, that's fine. You don't want to listen to all of the music because some of the music is terrible, and it would be a waste of your time to listen to it. And I say that objectively. For example, the album Zyreka by the Flaming Lips. I really like the Flaming Lips, but Zyreka is a big hot pile of garbage. It's just an experiment in how unnecessarily artistic an album can be. You have to listen to it on 4 separate discs that are playing in unison. Some of the songs on this album, they intentionally made them physically uncomfortable to listen to. Now that is an art project? Yep, and some art sucks. But art is all about freedom. Even the freedom to just make a big steaming pile of shit. I respect it. I respect the art, but I don't have to smell it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna click on it. I'm just gonna... Some parts of it are like, okay, I can kind of get it. I see what you're into. But let's go to like, let's just... See what I mean? It's just physically unfun to listen to. But anyway, they did that on purpose because art. I discovered that album because a friend of mine is really into the Flaming Lips, and he's like, dude, somebody posted all of the discs of Zyreka. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, the Flaming Lips album where you have to listen to all 4 of the discs synchronized. Somebody uploaded a version where it's all of them in sync, so you don't have to have 4 record players. I'm like, okay. And I checked it out, I'm like, this fucking sucks. He's like, yeah, they some of the songs they made, they're designed to make them, like, physically uncomfortable to listen to. That's how you know it's art. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. I'm like, by that logic, I make art in the toilet bowl every day. Now, I get there being music that makes you feel like on edge, like in a scary movie soundtrack. I get there being music that can evoke some sort of emotion to you, but for it to actually be physically uncomfortable to listen to, I'm out. I'm out. Sometimes I do wonder, what is art? Art is freedom. Because you've probably noticed that fascists hate artistic expression. Art is all about freedom. It's not about being good or being bad. It's just about being able to express yourself freely. Which means that you are free to make terrible art if you want to. Alright, chat, we've got a question in the box, so let's shift gears. Let's get back to work, shall we? My wife, 30-year-old, and I, a 30-year-old, have 2 sons together. They are 2 and 4 years old. I have a daughter from a previous marriage. She's been dealing with anxiety and depression on what seemed to be a cyclical schedule, monthly. She'd be laying on the couch for literal days at a time. She stays at home because she seemed extremely frustrated with work, and I could support our family on my income alone, thankfully. Oh, I think I was misunderstanding. I thought you were talking about your daughter. You're talking about your wife. Okay. The expectation was set that we'd have a traditional home life, but when she's cycling, I have to work, come home to clean up the mess that the basically unsupervised boys had made while I was at work, try to be understanding of my wife's plight, and do all of the work that I needed to do at home. Things get worse and worse until she ends up vomiting and ending up in the hospital. They wouldn't accept her for psych because, though in my opinion she was self-harming by not eating, not moving, not bathing, and so forth, they felt that she wasn't harming herself, others, or having ideations. They probably just didn't have beds available. Because under ideal circumstances, they probably would have taken her in for treatment. But there's a lot of limitations within mental health care, and so you will sometimes be surprised to see that somebody that should go into treatment gets turned away from treatment because that space is being occupied by someone who is more symptomatically severe. It sounds like she does need some help though, because this sounds very stressful, not just to you, but to her and to the family as well. She ended up staying with her dad for a couple of weeks, and he took her to all of her appointments. W Dad. We'll give Dad a W for that one. It's nice to see a dad step up. While she was there, I learned that she'd been dealing with this since she was young, and this is not a new thing, which sort of made me feel less guilty. Why would the guilt be on you? Why would the blame be on you? You're the one who's there. You're the one who's stepping up. You're the one who's helping. You're the one who's trying your best to make it work, even though it's harmful, even though it's stressful. I understand why you would feel guilty. Because you feel like you want to do more. You feel like you want to fix it. You feel like you want to make things better. You feel like, I want to provide you with a happy, healthy home where you've got no reason to be depressed. But it's not your fault. You're doing everything you can. And that's okay. But this is a problem that it sounds like she's going to need a little bit more support and a little bit more assistance with, and that's okay. When it comes to mental health, it's very rarely something that just one person can do anything about. It's always a team effort. Made me feel less guilty, but I still don't think our kids should have to deal with neglect or see her neglect herself. Agreed. Agreed, it's not good for anybody involved. And it's important to recognize that that can also be a part of what feeds into it. You know, whenever you're like in a depressive place and you're neglecting your needs or the needs of people that depend on you, it feeds back into the depression and it makes the neglect even worse. And so this is why it's important that something changes. It's important that something is able to, you know, help to break the cycle. Not to mention the stress and anxiety I feel going to work and coming home. My biological mother is drug addicted and wasn't around for my childhood, and I'm afraid that I am doing my children a disservice by letting them see their mother like this. I also don't feel like there's much that I can do about her issues. The only thing that you can do is just be supportive, be encouraging, and try to motivate her to do what she needs to do in order for things to get better. This may be a problem that she's had to deal with a lot throughout her life, but it doesn't necessarily need to be something that impacts her so severely every day or many days a month. Yelling seems like it wouldn't make anything better. I agree. It would actually probably only make things worse. Because it would be yelling at a sick person, trying to convince them to get better by yelling at them. It doesn't work. You know, can you yell at a broken bone and make it mend itself? No, it doesn't work. It's just going to make it worse. It's just going to add more stress to the situation. And that's the last thing that this situation needs, is more stress. I don't understand how you could seemingly give up on your kids, so being understanding is difficult. That's because if you are not a depressed person, understanding the mindset of a depressed person is nearly impossible to do. Unless you've been there yourself. You know, have you ever been in a place where you're so down and out that you can't even get up and take a shower or brush your teeth, and everything around you is just cluttered and messy? You know, things are just piling up and you feel powerless to do anything about them? Because that's what depression can do to a person. And when you're not in that place, or if you haven't been to that place, it doesn't make sense from the outside. The question that I would ask you is, if things were better, if she was feeling better, would she be taking care of the children? Would she be doing what she needs to do? If she were in a better place mentally, would she be able to meet those needs? And so it's not you versus her, it's you and her and all of the other parts of her support system, you know, her dad, her doctor, versus the problem, which is these symptoms that she's having. Let me give you an example of how this type of stuff feeds into itself. When you're depressed, you often have these types of thoughts that are very dark, very self-defeating. I'm a failure. I'm not a good mother. And so it puts you into a place where you're not able to do what you need to do, and then it just reinforces itself. I'm not going to fault anybody for not being able to have a high amount of empathy for somebody who's depressed, because being depressed is such a shift in how a person's brain works. It's practically, it's very difficult to conceive unless you've been there. That's why so many people don't even believe that depression is real. They're like, oh, come on, just get up, just stop laying around. Like, they don't even get it. They don't understand how debilitating it is. Just stop it is what I get told. Like, all right, I'm working on it. Just as soon as I figure out how. You know what? When people tell you to just stop it, ask for suggestions. Like, what would you recommend? I have to work to make sure we stay housed and fed, so I don't see a way to go to her appointments myself and ensure issues are being addressed. I also don't like the idea of trying to control or change someone because I wouldn't enjoy that myself. It's not about controlling or changing someone, it's about supporting someone through a hard time. It's about recognizing that this person is dealing with symptoms that are making their life very difficult to handle. So we don't have to understand it, we just have to be supportive in doing what is necessary to help it get better. I understand your frustration. It would be frustrating to be the primary provider and then to come home to a mess and to unattended toddlers. Not only is not properly attending to toddlers irresponsible, it's dangerous. I don't know if, like, some of you might not have ever met a 2-year-old, but those 2-year-olds are just like hell-bent on hurting themselves. It's insane. They'll just be like running full speed, like at a sharp corner of a table, or just like climbing up on shit and jumping off of it. You know, it's like, they're hell-bent on their own destruction. It's crazy. Which is why you have to keep a close watch on kids that age, because they could very easily hurt themselves if you take your eyes off of them. Just like running full tilt to a busy street, just there's traffic coming. And they're just, it's less of this and it's more like, you know, because that's how 2-year-olds run. They're like, just right out into traffic. What are you doing? They're running out like, yeah, never mind. I'll back on the subject. I want to get back to this point you made. I also don't like the idea of trying to control or change someone because I wouldn't enjoy that myself. then don't look at it that way. Look at it as I'm supporting my wife in overcoming an illness. I feel like that's a way that we can reframe it that feels more satisfying. You know, you're not forcing her to change because nobody wants to force anybody else to change, but it's also important to recognize that change is necessary because if things continue as they are, this isn't going to go anywhere good. For you, for her, for the kids. And so change is necessary, even though it's uncomfortable. You're not forcing her to change, you are empowering her to make the changes that she needs to make. I'm at a loss and I'm confused about how I am supposed to feel. I would consider talking to somebody about it. Kind of like you're doing now. Just putting it into words. Part of why it might be so confusing is because in some ways you might be feeling something close to grief. Am I an insensitive ass for not understanding? It sounds like you're working a lot and you're having to take care of a lot of things in the house, and so it sounds like you're just exhausted. And when you're exhausted, we don't normally have much room for understanding. Am I supposed to pretend to understand this behavior? No, but I will help you to understand the behavior so that you don't have to pretend, so that you can understand it for real. Am I a bad person for considering ending this relationship to try to separate myself from this feeling of responsibility for her condition? Am I a bad parent for trusting her to be a decent parent herself? I don't know. I just know that it's all very overwhelming and would like for it to change for the better in some way, shape, or form. You and her dad are on the same team here, and it's really it's really nice to hear that she has family that's supportive, that can help her to go to appointments and do what's necessary. And so I would talk to him. I would see how he's feeling about it, because this is his daughter that's going through this, you know? You guys are on the same page here. You guys are on the same team. You guys have children together. So you're motivated to at least try to make it work. And it sounds like her going into treatment and getting some help, that is the beginning stages of resolving some of these problems. These types of issues are very rarely a quick fix, so it's important to recognize that if I'm going to support someone through their mental health journey, it might take a little while. Might take a few months, might take even longer. I would just think about what it was that attracted you to her in the first place. You know, what are the things about her that you want to see? What are the things about her that you miss? What are the things about her that you love? Because right now the illness has overridden all of that, and that hurts. Cutie Cheeks, I don't know if we've heard enough about the relationship to make those types of statements. Anyway, questioner, it's a tough situation to be in. But I would say, for the sake of your sons, and for the sake of finding happiness and returning to what it was that brought you together with this person in the first place, try your best to make it work. Try your best to find a way forward. If you've exhausted all of those options, consider making some difficult choices. I'm projecting from the perspective of a woman who knows what depression feels like and who is tired of men, so that's where my advice is coming from. Also, you have to do most of the cleaning. Feeling overworked and underappreciated in a relationship, it sounds like you might actually have more in common with the questioner than you might realize. It's not fun to be in her shoes, I'm sure. It doesn't sound like anybody's having fun in this situation, but mental health crises are very rarely fun. Anyway, I would also I'll leave it at this. Feeling supported, feeling loved can go a long way in helping somebody to get better. And so if you have hard feelings, try not to direct them onto her. It's okay to be frustrated, but that frustration isn't going to help anybody get better. Allow that frustration to motivate you to do what needs to be done, but don't let it interfere with anybody's recovery. It's not easy to be depressed, and it's also not easy to be in a relationship with somebody that is depressed. It's a hard situation, but it's not an impossible situation. Anyway, not to carry on, but I feel like I'm looking at this from the outside. I'm looking at this from the perspective of a mental health professional. She's in treatment. She has family supports. The prognosis is good. The potential for a good outcome is there. As long as she continues to do what she needs to do and she's committed to getting better, things could be better. Things could improve. You may have a very long and happy life together. Sounds like it will take time. It will take time. But that doesn't mean that it's going to take forever for any sign of improvement. It might take time to get to peak performance. It might take time to return to ideal expectations. We have to have realistic expectations for progress. They offer any kind of emotional support in this relationship? Can you just take a moment and breathe and recognize this person is literally asking for help? This person is literally asking for help on how to navigate a very stressful situation that they've never been through before. And so it's unfair to judge them based on your experiences. You know, we can't insist that they have empathy for their partner if we're not able to have empathy for them. It's something that you get used to when you work in mental health. You see people who this is the first time that they've ever encountered anything like this. It might be something that you're very familiar with. It might be something that you have very intense feelings about. But for them, this is new. This has never happened before, and they have no idea what to do. And so what are we going to do? We're going to judge them for being ill-informed or for not knowing what they don't know? It's like, no, we're going to try to help them. They're willing to learn. They're asking for help. That's really important. Don't undersell it. Recently, my best friend lied to my face. They compulsively lie. Why are they your best friend? Recently, my best friend lied to my face. They are a compulsive liar, and then they got upset when I said I straight up don't believe them. They came back to me later complaining about how no one believes them or takes them seriously. Well, yeah, because you lie all the time. Of course. You got caught with your hand in your cookie jar, and you're like, why are people always accuse me of eating all the cookies and there's crumbs all over your face? If you want people to believe you and take you seriously, tell the truth. Be honest. It's that easy. You want people to believe you? You want people to take you seriously? Then take yourself seriously. Now I have, for lack of a better word, coddled this friend amidst their compulsive lying and manipulative behavior because they are extremely sensitive. Then that means that you are enabling them. People need to learn that these behaviors are not okay. And if you're making them feel warm and cozy and comfortable in spite of their crappy behavior, then you are enabling them, and we don't want to do that. You're telling them that it's okay because whenever they feel bad about what they're doing, you'll be there to make them feel better. I took that as an opportunity to try to have an honest conversation with them about their behavior, and they ghosted me without a word for 8 days. Then they came back saying, I'm sensitive, but I'm not mad at you. I didn't respond because I felt disrespected and wanted to show them how it felt to be ghosted by someone you care about. Right? And especially since they didn't offer any form of apology. Like, did they return to this relationship expecting an apology from you or something? Then they started begging for me to say something. When I did respond, I told them that what they did hurt my feelings, and they responded by denying that they ghosted me. How old is this person you're dealing with? They sound like they're 10. I got upset at this point, but I still chose to choose my words wisely and be as nice as I could because, again, they're sensitive. They are making their sensitivity everyone else's problem. So do not coddle them. They need to desensitize. In summary, I told them that they need to listen to themselves. All I did was give a mild criticism about their toxic behavior, and they responded not by saying they need space or that they're busy, but by giving me the silent treatment and then denying it. Yeah, you're dealing with an emotionally immature person. You don't have to tell them that. That's just my opinion. I told them that they need to allow honesty and truth into their life if they want to grow, and that the truth is they are a compulsive liar who doesn't think before they speak, and it gets them in trouble, and that I don't think they have malicious intent, but they are being manipulative, perhaps without even realizing it. They responded by saying they're done with me and they can't believe I used things they told me against them. They need to learn how to stop soliciting negative reactions. Well said, because that's what they're doing. They're not looking for positive feedback, they're actively seeking out negative reactions. It was clear that they didn't comprehend anything I said and took it as an attack. I felt manipulated yet again, so I didn't respond. Now my dad is frantically messaging me saying this friend is threatening suicide to him. I'm getting guilted by him now too. Am I crazy? Was I wrong or too blunt? I'm so stressed about all of this. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Block this person. Tell your dad to block him too. Because this is outside of your pay grade. This person needs professional help. And it's unfair for them to put you in this situation, especially to leverage self-harm as a means of getting to you. No. Nope. Don't walk, run. You deserve better. You didn't do anything wrong here. Tell your dad, Dad, I had to distance myself from this person because of these reasons. Just give your dad some backstory. Be like, Dad, this person is manipulative. This person is they're just always seeking emotional validation. Like, they need to get their shit together, Dad. And I'm sorry that they dragged you into this trying to manipulate you. Because now poor Dad's like, oh my God, my child's friend is in danger. You need to talk to them. Your friend is in danger, you know? Talk to your dad about it. Help him understand the situation, because your dad is only getting like one perspective on this. Your dad is being manipulated by a manipulative person, and so you need to talk to Dad about how manipulative this person is and how it's probably best to just block them. If you want an example of how you could respond to this person, because you could respond to them before you block them, I'll give you an example. Hey, I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling this way, and I would encourage you to reach out to a professional to talk to them about these feelings that you are having. However, I find it unfair that you are leveraging these things as a way of getting an emotional reaction out of me, and so this will be the last you hear of me. And then you block them. Or you could just block them without an explanation. That's also fine. But me, as a mental health person, that's what I like to do. I like to just be like, hey, just so you know, I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling this way, but I can't have you, trying to emotionally manipulate anybody by threatening these types of things. So here are some numbers you could call, if you're feeling this type of way. I encourage you to reach out to those types of services. Best of luck. Goodbye. I had someone doing stuff like this to me, and my closest friend said, you need to block them right now. Please do it while I'm on the phone. Yep. That's the way to do it, because this person is just looking to use you to satisfy their own emotions. This person is struggling emotionally, and they're just using you as a way of, coping with their own stress. And that's unfair, and that's unhealthy. Also, messaging your dad with those threats? That's on another level. That's very manipulative. Because here's the thing. Let's say that a person was legitimately feeling like they wanted to hurt themselves. Who are you going to talk to about it? Talk to a professional. Talk to somebody in your immediate vicinity. Talk to a doctor. Talk to somebody who can actually help you. Don't message your friend's dad. And I know that it can be stressful to be put into this situation where people are threatening to hurt themselves unless you respond to them, but it's important to recognize that this is emotional blackmail. They are just trying to use a very powerful tool, which is, I'm going to threaten to hurt myself unless you talk to me. But we can't capitulate to that. You're dealing with emotional terrorism, and we don't negotiate with terrorists. Anyway, talk to your dad about it. Let him know what's going on. Like, Dad, this person's just trying to get to me. They're just, I would suggest you block them, Dad. I'm gonna block them myself. And then just note how much better you feel after you block them. I can guarantee that after you do block them and you don't have to worry about dealing with this person's shit anymore, you will feel a lot better. Like, wow, I haven't felt this good in a while. Huh. This one's a follow-up. This one's a follow-up from the question before, the dad. One of the most upsetting instances that I came home to was her sleeping on the couch at 3 p.m. while the boys were in the garage in the front seat of the car and the keys in it. I would be very upset by that too, because not only is that very dangerous, that's potentially fatal. Especially if they somehow manage to turn the car on and now there's carbon monoxide filling the garage. You're valid to be upset by that, and that's a very great indicator that something needs to change. The emotional part is very difficult for me, as I've spent a few stints in a psych ward, but it was more or less the opposite. I was extremely motivated to not be alive or play into the system. Now I recognize within myself that I simply don't get the highs that most people seemingly do. You're kind of capped right now, actually. I just want to talk about this for a second. Don't tell yourself what your limit is. Don't tell yourself what your limit is. You know, don't write yourself off as like, I guess I'm just always gonna just feel kind of like this. You're dealing with a lot of stress right now, and that's also limiting how good you can feel right now. I don't really get excited or happy or whatever. I feel accomplished sometimes, but I pretty much consistently chase that feeling through creationist type work, such as welding and fabrication. Just like you had to learn how to weld, just like you had to learn how to build stuff, treat happiness, treat excitement as a skill that can be practiced. A lot of people are born good at it. A lot of people are born skilled at expressing themselves emotionally, but it's a skill and you can practice it and you can get better at it. And so don't write yourself off as being, I'm always going to be bad at this. It's like, you learned how to weld. You learned how to do all sorts of other stuff. And I think right now you're in a situation where it's not really that easy to focus on allowing myself to practice feeling more joyful because you're dealing with all of that stress at home of all this situation you're dealing with. Anyway, I was just trying to say, don't set your own limits because you might surprise yourself. Also, it's important to recognize that mental health symptoms can express themselves differently in people. No two people look alike, so you had what you went through. That doesn't mean that she's going through the same thing that you went through. It might have some similarities, but there might be a lot about it that's different. And so you have some understanding of where she's at, but you don't have an entire understanding of where she is because the situation is unique to the person experiencing it. But I would look at it this way. You were in a low place and you got better. She's in a low place and she could get better. And so just like you didn't give up on yourself, don't give up on her. Anyway, it's stressful, my man. It's stressful. I can't imagine how hard it must be to be in a situation like that. But I'm optimistic. I am hopeful for the future. Okay, so I'm having trouble writing this email. I want to brush up on my data analysis skills. There's a stat tracking website for Twitch you may be familiar with, sullygnome.com, and I've worked on a project in the past that processes a lot of the historic data there. I'd really like to publish my work, maybe turn it into something to post on social media, etc. Need to ask for permission though, since I'm going beyond just academic usage, which the site TOS says is alright. I'm fumbling on how to phrase this exactly. I don't know how much information to share. The site terms of service say conflicting things though. Both you are welcome to use/share snippets of the data, tables, charts on the site, and you may not use automated means to scrape data from the site. The latter of which would be required to a degree for me to get the data. I guess I want to clarify how much a snippet is. So you're thinking about reaching out to them to ask for permission? Maybe this is one of those situations where it's better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. I mean, as long as it's not going to be some sort of recurring thing, if this is just going to be like a one-time thing where you're just collecting some data, not on any medication at this point. The medications I tried, I loved, and I don't think I can allow myself to use medication like that because I'm an addict. Probably from birth, I just do my best to not be in a position where I end up on something like that. You know, if it's a medication that you need, that's medication, and that's different from being addicted to something. I would say that even though you identify as an addict, you know, very mindful and mature about it, and it sounds like you have a you know. Anyway, I'm not even sure what I'm getting at here. If you're worried about addiction playing a role in your medication, then get something that you don't run the risk of abusing, because there are medications that can't be abused because they don't have that type of effect. Another confusing factor, someone else has already collected a lot of this data and posted it on a data sharing website. I've been working off this data while the site clearly asks people not to. Is that legally binding? I don't know. I don't know if that's legally binding. Please do not scrape this site. It's a hobby project with limited resources. Which I think means, like, if you're to my understanding, it would be taxing on their resources if you were to develop some sort of system where you are continuously, like, hijacking their bandwidth. You are, you know, I don't know whether to link the site owner a copy of the report I've worked on already, as it cites and uses this probably unauthorized data scraping. Should I just not mention this other person or my existing report? I'm leaning towards that. I think I could scrape the data myself without too much trouble. If that's an option, then go for it. Might have violated copyright, though. Are you trying to sell it? Probably overthinking all of this. I agree. I agree. Any insight is appreciated. Thank you. I would say just do what you need to do. If you're trying to access data that's not behind a paywall, like, what would you be possibly violating? It's like, it's all there, it's out in the open. I think as long as your impact is minimal, it's not going to be a big deal. It's not like you're setting up your own website that scrapes data from this other website in order for your website to run. I think that's what they're more concerned about, is that people are going to hog all of those resources and then take all of that stuff so that they can profit with it downstream. But you're just collecting data for essentially like a research project. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna care. I don't think anybody's gonna care, and probably not even anybody's gonna notice. Anyway, I don't know computer. I don't know computer. You know computer. I'm not going to set up anything automated or extensive. And I think that's kind of what they were referring to, because there are people that do that type of stuff. They will like set up an automated system that runs off of, it's basically just a parasite on somebody else's resources. And it doesn't sound like that's what you're doing. It sounds like you're just collecting data for research purposes. I don't know why I'm so hung up on it. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? I would just say go for it. See what happens. Overthinking, my dear friend. I go overthinking again. You're an ethical person, which is why you are mindful and concerned. And by comparison, I guess that means I am unethical. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Head out early. I'm about to head out too, because this dog is hungry and he is crying at me. This dog is hungry and he is crying. Alright, everybody, I'm gonna head out. Casey's gonna be making dinner tonight, so I'll be sure to bother her while she's in the kitchen. Now's your last chance to subscribe. We could still hit that sub goal before we end. We're only one sub away. We're only one sub away, and the raid timer has started. We're holding out for a hero. We're holding out for a hero till the end of the night. Chat, thank you all for being here. Hope you had a good time. I've got some exciting things in the works. Got some exciting things in the works. I've got it's going to be a series of presentations. It's going to be like a 5-part series that we're going to work on. That's going to be cool. I'm excited. I'm not going to tell you what it is right now, but I think you're going to like it. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.